Find your heartbeat, either on your neck or on your wrist. Got it? Okay, ready? Count. And stop. I want you to look at your feet right now. Go ahead, look on down. Looks just like that, right? Now I want you to look at your right foot and look at your left foot. Every time you see and hear this, you'll get to check your feet. If you're above it, slow down. But if you're below it, you're going to have to work harder. You're going to have to work harder. You're going to have to work harder.
You wanna know how I get away with everything? I work all the time. From Monday to Friday, Friday to Sunday. I love it. I work. So when I say come on, I mean come on. You've got to work with me. Nah, I don't wanna see any fake-ass workers. I need real builders. Smell you? Yeah, I wanna smell you. I wanna smell you even from far away. I wanna smell you. I wanna feel you. So I can know if you're a winner, baby. Work. Work it. Work. Work to be a winner. Winners, work it good. Sweat. Sweat to be a winner. How does that feel? Tell me, how does that feel? Is sweat dripping down your balls? Well, then you're not a winner yet. But come on. Work. Work it. Work. Work to be a winner. Sweat. Work it. Work. Work to be a winner. So now that we've got an understanding, I need to explain one last thing to you. When I say work, I mean you've got to work for yourself. Love yourself. Beat yourself. So you can be a winner. All together. Work. Work it. Work. Work to be a winner. Winners, work it good. Sweat. Sweat to be a winner. Work. Yeah, work it. Work. Work to be a winner. Winners, work it good. Sweat. Sweat to be a winner. See you later.
You're going to have to work harder. You're going to have to work harder.
Siam Psychedelic Ambient Podcast.
is a hillside on the outskirts of Kingston. Kingston.
I'm sorry, so my yawning was already audible for everyone.
No, kind of switched on halfway through it, so you're fine. It was only half a yawn.
We are so fresh and energetic here. Never mind.
We'll wake up soon enough. It's fine.
Yeah, it's only the start of the evening. People start to gather up, and Peter was struggling with joining FNet.
Yeah, I've heard other people. Malthus was complaining about that on the shout box as well. So I'm not sure if their web chat thingy works properly or not. But I never use it, so I wouldn't know.
Yeah, we have an application. A few applications for that you can use depending on what system do you use, of course.
An IRC client, essentially.
And how do you pronounce? I just realized I have no idea how do you pronounce in English the most default IRC client's name, because we always called it Mirts. I'm sorry.
I always called it MIRC because
MIRC.
Yeah, I don't know why, but in Swedish we would call it Mirk. Mirk.
Okay, well, that's also funny. It's not that much better than Mirts anyway.
No,
but
it's kind of the same shit.
Yeah, right. Okay, now I learned something. I feel more clever, at least a little bit. Wow.
Andrew on YouTube is asking, Slagon, you out of toilet paper and using pine cones yet? No, not quite. I kind of have this strategy of when I'm done, I have a lawn, so I go out there and do the doggy style and drag my ass across the lawn, so I get fertilizer at the same time, so it kind of works dual ways. I think that works out really well. Yeah. So not on pine cones yet. What?
The truth is that he was hoarding toilet paper before it was trendy and cool.
Well,
yes.
define hoarding.
Well, you ordered...
hoarding is when you buy more than you need. I always have a stash.
Yeah, you do have a stash. And that means hoarding.
No, I'm not sure it does. Maybe it does. I don't know.
Well,
never mind. I have a stash. Always have.
Anyway, we usually have.
I don't buy more now than I did before. So, yeah.
Yeah, you did that before it was cool. Let's say that way. Because the thing is that we usually have material at least enough for 3 months, I think, because when we post an order, like a big order, like grocery order, then they bring like about 20 bags of everything and a lot of toilet paper, so then it's good because he doesn't have to go out like for a while anyway, so this quarantine thing is very useful for him.
Like I said, I haven't noticed any difference.
Exactly. And yeah, exactly. None of us can drive, and that would be probably the only way that you could do such a shopping, like by car, because you don't transport about 20 bags of goods just like that when you are walking.
Especially hard for me because I don't have a driver's license or a car. So.
Yeah, me neither. So yeah, we have to do this somehow, and then why not the convenient way? So that's it. And we are fine for a while. I guess.
A while, yeah. And like I said, if we run out of toilet paper, we're still fine. We have a lawn.
Yeah, well, and a lot of forests that you can do a lot of things with, I guess. And
Yes.
let's not forget about Martin Land's toilet paper delivery service.
Yeah, right. I actually had a similar thing, not for toilet paper, but I need to check if I still have it. Actually,
What did you want to deliver?
I'm gonna check it real quick. It's not related to this whole thing going on right now, but I ordered or bought a Swedish domain. Oh yeah, active, called bacongram.se. You know, like Instagram, or in Sweden, this florist thing, like flowers. Well, I thought you could send bacon, but in like arrangements.
Uh-huh. Right. Okay.
Yeah, in 2016, so I bought that.
I just noticed that Omaroka did SIDS too. I didn't
oh my
know
god,
that.
no.
yeah,
Shut
he
up.
did. No,
Are they equally horrible to his remixes in quotes? I'm sorry, but yeah.
I don't have problem with weak or good or not that good remixes. My problem is has a different nature in that sense. Yeah, so it's like,
Well, I have a problem with his attitude.
yeah, that is probably bigger.
I don't have a problem with his remixes per se. It's more the attitude he has. So it's kind of reminding me of what's his face, Honorability back in the day. It's really the same thing here. Just weird.
Well, yeah. Not your cup of tea, then probably judge it by technical aspect or leave it there, I guess.
No, not technical. Personality aspect, more like it.
Personality aspect,
Yes.
by like remixes, by personality aspect, or what do you talk?
Like I said, I don't have a problem with his remixes per se. I have a problem with his personality.
Yeah, but this is not what I was talking about. It's okay. It was like no, I just said that to judge a song is probably the best if you don't like the genre that it was made in, then judge it by technical aspect or just leave it as
sure.
it is.
Sure.
You don't have to comment on it at all. It's like,
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's the personality problem I have with him.
yeah, I know. We are on the same page. I just lined up our cards here. Sorry. So, so how about, because that was next to a SID request that I prepared for I0, and he wants to hear Chris Hulsbeck's Danger Freak SID, Subtune 6, and another request would be that someone makes an awesome remix of that someday. I know there's a couple of them, but not as good as the original, in my opinion. Wow, okay. Why not? And let's check which subtune the player jumps by itself. I will adjust, I promise, but the problem with this is that I cannot set the volume before kind of...
Yeah, you have to start it, then you can set the volume.
I started and then I figure out which subtune it starts with. So yeah, that's how far we get. But well, sorry about that. Let's see. There we go. Have you heard the song?
No.
No,
I
you
haven't.
haven't. Yeah, exactly.
No.
Then it's.
I heard it now, but I haven't heard it before.
Aha, okay, got it. Because it was kind of a funny ending to this song. So it's, yeah, it was kind of unexpected ending, but it's really cool song. And yeah, we could handle more remixes of this song. So if anyone feels the power within, then just go for it. It's nice. It's really nice. And it's Chris Fusbeck, so of course it's nice. So yeah.
So nice.
So nice. And your new animation is having a debut today.
Yeah, I ran it right at the start of the show, and then once more during some other song. I think during Zeitgeist there or something.
Zeitgeist?
Zeitgeist, yeah.
Zeitgeist.
Zeitgeist, yes.
No, Michael Wildhagen will tell you, and Martin Land will tell you as well, it's Zeitgeist.
Yeah,
it's
well,
not Zeitgeist.
Yes, well, we're speaking English, so we would say Zeitgeist. Because that is how you pronounce the word in English.
No way.
Yes, way.
No way.
Yes, way.
Oh my god.
Peter Clark actually managed to get an IRC client running.
Yay!
Woo, welcome to IRC, Pete.
Hi. So nice. Yeah, because the web chat client is not really working as it should.
Yeah, something is fucked up there.
Sad. But it's really cool.
Things happen.
Because now the application will work anytime you want it to work. So unless there is a big net split, but that happens kind of rarely
Often.
nowadays. Often?
Yeah, they're fairly frequent, but not too bad. IRC will still work. It's just that not many people might be in there at the time you join if it's during a net split. Anyway, technical points. Who cares?
Yeah. Well, we care a little, at least a little, right? You didn't want to migrate to Discord, what many people demand nowadays,
yeah,
right?
I want something web-based, but I want something self-hosted rather than hosted on some other platform. I want it integrated straight into the homepage and not open a new page and all that sort of thing. So yeah, I don't know. Kind of more interactivity between the different layers and whatnot. Sure, you can do that with Discord with the splat commands and whatnot, using the API calls and stuff like that. So maybe at some point, but for now it feels too gamery for me.
But the maybe at some point is definitely better than I'm never going to.
Well, I don't think I ever said I'm never going to.
No, you were just against
I
it.
do not prefer that.
Okay. No, it's okay.
Yes, and Funky Data, I don't care. It's German. In English you say Zeitgeist. You're lazy.
But it's a German word.
Gesundgeist. Yeah, sure. It's a German word. But when you speak a different language, like English, you Englify the words. You don't use, when you have like half of the words in English are French words, or a third, or something like that. You don't instantly switch to French accent when you say them. You speak them in an English accent. The same with Zeitgeist. You just say Zeitgeist, not Zeitgeist.
I guess this works unless you learn some French, and then you probably won't pronounce it on a different way than how you learned it. So
If you learned English first, you would speak English words in English because they are Englified. And zeitgeist is a word that is being used in England to describe the same thing as in German, but you say it kind of differently.
yeah, right.
Zeitgeist. Yeah, exactly. Peter Clark says English zeitgeist.
Zeitgeist.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think our Germans are a bit upset now.
Yeah, here we are butchering their language and everything.
Exactly. No. They cannot be upset with me. I know how to pronounce that word.
And Morty says the zeitgeist instead of dead guys. And Alpa is joining us on YouTube. Hello, Alpa!
Oh, so nice to see you around, indeed. Any new songs in the latest 1 week, 2 weeks?
Yeah, he keeps sending me some. He sent me a really nice kind of early groove, and it reminded me of one of my favorite Deadmau5 songs, and he hadn't even heard it yet. The Deadmau5 song called "Animal Rights."
I heard it.
Very nice, kind of a funky beat to it, and his was kind of in the same style.
When did he send this to you?
Today.
So this is why I haven't heard it yet. Okay.
Yeah, and it's kind of, he sends these, I had this groove in my head, and he does everything on his phone, so even if he's in the bathtub, he can do kind of a song.
That's so nice, yeah.
Yeah.
Love it. Okay, so how about a request then?
Yes.
Lord of Crystalic.
Nice.
Requests are nice. Lord of Crystalic wants to hear Hawkeye by D Sound Waivers. Well, obviously it's DHS, I'm assuming, right? Or...
yeah, I guess they cooperated on a bunch of them, and DHS and Enjoy, and I think they were.
But this is only DHS.
More.
That's the thing.
Is it?
Yeah, that particular one is. But yeah, this is why I was just trying to make sure that we are talking about the same thing. But I think that this should do. So DHS and Hawkeye. You know when this remix was made, by the way?
2002, maybe?
No. Even before that. Like 2000 is the release date. This remix is...
I was off 2 years.
That counts a lot in that era, because come on, it's
18 years or 20 years, not much difference.
No. The remix scene was very different in 2000 and in
definitely.
2002. That's why it counts a lot. And to think of that this remix is 20 years old now. It's kind of, it's weird because it's a really good remix actually.
It's very nice.
So it's still like. As you don't like when I say it, but it's evergreen.
Yeah. I since learned that is an actual expression in English too.
I'm so glad you did.
But going back to the language thing, Martin Land had a point here, or he made a point that when he speaks English, he actually uses the pronunciation or German or something. Anyway, whatever language he speaks, he pronounces the different words in their respective accent. And to me, it's so weird. It's like, since I grew up as a programmer, it's like programming assembler and then just deciding in that, no, I'm just going to throw in some C language in here just because I feel like it. Yeah, it would just crash the whole thing or not work at all.
Yeah, I understand.
Here's the funny part, that if some words in English, if you pronounce them the English way, they mean one thing. But if you pronounce them in the original way of the language, they mean something different. Not the same as or rather, in English, there's another word that is pronounced that way.
That is a tricky one. Yeah, I agree. So in that sense, it might be kind of useful to be faithful to the language that you are speaking, because otherwise you will be misunderstood. I'm pretty sure, because I think I was once or twice.
And it's easy to be misunderstood anyway, so kind of trying to minimize that is probably good.
Yeah.
Like I have a very good example of misunderstanding, even though I used the word in a context, but there was only slight bit of difference in my definition of it than the one who heard it. Mm-hmm. Speaking specifically about the word diva here. Hi, Andreas.
Andreas. You guys have to talk.
Yeah,
I hope.
For me, it's kind of. For him, it's kind of a foul thing and all of that. At least at the time, until I hope I explain myself. If not, we need to talk more. But for me, it was like an endearing thing.
You mean the diva part?
Yes.
Like, yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's not only negative; it's definitely.
Yeah, and understandably, it can be misunderstood. It's like Boz would say, "Oh, you fucking cunt," but he means it in a loving way, you know. In England, he would never get away with that.
Yeah, Peter is looking at us weirdly now, I'm pretty sure.
Probably. But yeah, it's, I don't know, it's difficult.
And and this says Zeitgeist. Exactly. Yeah, that's also weird.
Yeah, it is weird.
Yeah, Zeitgeist.
Yeah.
That's the web designers kind of ghost. Oh my god, that's bad. Zeitgeist.
The site guys.
I really shouldn't.
Your grouping in the workplace is called the site guys.
Yeah, exactly. And Andy is asking if Boz is married. Well, he was until a while.
Yeah, he divorced, 6 years ago?
Yeah.
And he was married to one of my best friends.
As you do.
Yeah, I introduced them, so...
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now I'm trying to figure out here imagine him asking her out for marriage, very loving. Who?
Yeah, who? Where are we? Facebook?
Yeah, Facebook. I'm just trying to figure out. And Peter said that English has slaughtered many languages. I know that this is a generic thing to think of, actually, amongst some languages. That, oh my God, why do you Englify this word? We have a proper word for this. Especially, oh my God, like Hungarian is really that type of language. We translate everything. So it's like you really have a word that no one else can recognize for computer, because obviously, I don't know why. And of course, we used computer too, but it has its own name, right? And it's like,
well, that term even in English has changed, because back in the day a computer was in general a woman.
What?
Yes.
What?
It wasn't necessarily a woman, but most of the times computers were women, and what they did was essentially take manually calculated numbers and whatnot, and put them into machines so they could do the calculations, or they did the calculations by calculators and such.
Oh.
So they were computing numbers. So they were the computers.
Wow. And then the machines took away their jobs.
No, I'm laughing at Andreas. He said, "Play my fucking song, you fucking diva."
Andreas right now have written to you, right?
Yeah, so
Good.
we better fucking play it then, I guess.
Is this the push that you need?
Well,
Okay.
for this one, it's fine. Has nothing to do with the other stuff. No.
Yeah, now I saw it because he also let me know as well. Okay, well, that's a really nice sort of invitation. And hang on a minute. I have to look for that because I lined up something else now. So
Yeah, we can play it afterwards. You already lined something up.
yeah, I already lined something up. I really lined something up here. Oh my God, that's a long one. What?
Peter Clark said, as a complimentary comment on my explanation of computers, he said, computers are usually women to guys who don't have women. Very, very true.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, and from now on, or at least knowing this story, the guys cannot tell that women, they cannot be mathematicians because it's such a, I don't know, thing.
A lot of the great breakthroughs in scientific fields are made by women. The first programming language, Ada, was created by a woman. So, yeah, you wouldn't have probably computers without women.
Ha.
So, all you assholes saying women aren't good at that sort of thing can go fuck yourself. Seriously.
Agreed. Okay, then. So, Bitin wants to hear Da Funk and Dominator Extended Atmos remix. It's extended, so
Good. We like
long
atmosphere.
break. Are you trying to swallow something?
No.
Don't
kind of the
snort
sound
your
there.
nose.
No. Throat, not nose.
Okay, yeah, sorry. Good point.
Right. Hi. Hela.
How
Apparently. Oh, sorry.
apparently
Apparently, there was some trouble with the sound on YouTube.
Yeah.
You said someone somewhere. I can't even remember where, but yeah, I don't know. If anyone had problems with sound somewhere, let me know. I'll see if I can fix it somehow.
Anyway, how is the big spider called that got stuck in a quarantine? Quarantula. I'm sorry.
Oh.
I'm so sorry. I'm coming up with such things today. Looks like my brain is so tired.
Well, that was funny.
Was it?
Yes.
You never judge your own jokes. And, well, Peter had a point here. He said that women are just as good as men at everything, except reverse parking the car. And I said that unfortunately I can support this theory because I still remember my driving lessons, and no, I wasn't really great at it either, but there are always exceptions.
Yeah, I know plenty of men who can't kind of reverse park either.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit challenging, but it's like, yeah, it wasn't the most horrible thing ever though, but yeah.
Parallel park, is that the name? Yeah, parallel park, I think it's.
No, the
it's
parallel
called.
parking is not the, well, yeah, it can.
Well, you have to reverse to get into, you know, kind of nudge in there.
Yeah,
somehow.
technically you can actually front go as well, or front.
Depending on space, I guess.
Yeah,
but,
exactly.
yeah.
So that doesn't matter. It won't happen in this life for me, I guess.
Well, if we do get a car and if you do get a driver's license, you kind of have
Too
to
many
reverse,
ifs here.
Reverse into into the driveway way here.
Yeah, right. No, too many ifs here, I think. And,
No, just two.
Yeah, well, that's enough for me for now. And remember, I wanted to save money. If you have a car, it's more difficult to save money anyway. But
Yeah, especially because if I do get a car, I'm probably gonna want a Tesla or some shit.
oh my
And
god,
they're not cheap.
that is yeah. Not even saying anything. For me, it would be enough that it has 4 wheels. Well, almost.
Nah,
Nah.
nah.
I guess this is a similar problem to the printer problem that I have since forever. I used to have a printer like 10 years ago. And, well, since then, it didn't work with the new operating systems, and it wasn't a laser one anyway, so it's like I left it behind. And since then, I always realize anytime I have to print something that I have to go somewhere or ask a friend or ask a favor or do it in the office or wherever. But it's like I always have to kind of do the logistics, in my head. No, I need to print this. I really need to print this. How to do that? Who will do that? How much time it will take? And I always get to the conclusion that no, I will just buy a whatever. I don't even care. It just needs to print, right?
Yeah, but the problem with printers is that since we don't use printers very often, there's a higher risk that
I
the
know.
toners will just dry up, and then when you do need it, it's not going to work anyway.
Yeah.
Nah.
And too bad for you that last week I just realized that I did not share this pain with you yet, but I was so frustrated for almost 8 or 10 years that no, I don't have a printer in the household, and I was already complaining about this to several people before, and then
except
it's like
me.
except you, and he was sitting surprised, what, why? You didn't tell me this. And of course now it's crucial when you want to. Here in Sweden, you print your own stamps or marks for sending away stuff. So now it's kind of crucial to have a printer because we don't have the offices around anymore. Hi. So we cannot print anything, right? Because we are in a quarantine. So
yeah, but luckily we got Boz and he managed to get his printer working. So that worked out well.
Yeah. Yeah. But
And it's, what, a 20-minute walk. So...
Yeah, I know. Well, we need a walk anyway. No, we are really horrible with this quarantine thing regarding the movement. It's awful. I'm just wondering how I just didn't gain weight like 5 kilos or something.
Yeah.
Because
we should start the day with just running up and down the fucking stairs like 10 times or some shit.
Yeah, we should. That's the thing. We know that we should. At least the first step is done. We know that we should. Okay. We will make that happen. No, I'm really annoyed right now about that. So we need to go out because all the movements that we do right now is to go to the kitchen and back to the living room, and it's not really optimal.
Yeah, it's not that far away.
And then Boz is wondering why my feet are always moving. Like this, like
restless leg kind of thing. Well, he has the same thing as do I.
Yeah, that's why it's annoying for him as well. But but still, I kind of feel like if I'm not doing that, I'm going to go bonkers. This is what makes me bonkers when I cannot move entirely. It's like, no, it's not going to happen. And yeah, he just dropped by last week, and then he was also annoyed then. So yeah, I know it's... Oh, Martin has less appetite. And by the way, he was asking how the Eat with Symphony stuff is doing.
The crude first versions of the mixes are done. Alistair Brimble is working on them. Heard the Last Ninja. Was it yesterday or the day before, I think? So certainly getting there. Still need a mastering stage on those. So it's getting really close.
Very nice to hear. And Boswank asks, what? 5 kilo? Did it go to your ass? Show me. Yeah, it always goes there first, but not going to show you. And it's not 5 kilo anyway. No, the thing is that
it's like 1.
It's 1 kilo. But for me, 1 kilo is like for other normal people, 5, because it's like it's very rarely going up or down.
She's very short.
Yeah, I know. Shut up.
But you are.
Well, what can I say? You are too tall.
Yeah, probably.
Anyway, we have a track to play for Andreas.
Yay!
Obviously, we will play a track for Andreas, our favorite... can I say the word? No. Favorite diva. But of course, your wish is our command. Yeah.
Exactly. The best diva in the world in the best way possible.
Heart and all of that. So, Jeroen tells own a remix of Battle Valley, because the original track is also his, so I know that wasn't really consistent. I'm sorry. So, Jeroen Tel and Battle Valley. Yeah, this was Battle Valley made by Jeroen Hell featuring Tess
Bladder
Fries.
Valley must smell like piss over there. Bladder Valley.
Yeah, it's only you who can think of this.
You came up with what was it?
Quarantula.
Yes, Quarantula.
Sorry.
So apparently not only me.
No, we are both brain dead. Never mind, it's okay. It's all right. And by the way, Tess is Swedish, so her name should be pronounced as Fries, not Fries. But
Names are different though.
but yeah, exactly.
Names are different.
They now?
Yes, names are different, but words.
So now we are not pronouncing Fries because
Yes, because it's a name.
Yeah, but then again, okay. So this leads very far away because I know it for a fact that the Wachowski brothers, who are now the Wachowski sisters, by the way, so the Wachowskis' original name is not supposed to be Wachowski, no matter what you think. It's Wachowski.
Mm-hmm.
That's the original one.
Yeah, sure.
So
but they accepted the new name.
Yeah, the Americanized.
Yeah, it's like
okay.
If someone were to pronounce my name in English, they would not get it right most of the time. It would be Matka and stuff like that, and Mukta, or all sorts of weird shit. I just go, yeah, whatever. You just put the letters down there somewhere. It'll be fine. I don't care.
Oh my god. Okay then. Well, you really don't miss anything like a long walk or anything like that?
Yeah, that's why I suggested partly that we would go for a walk 2 days ago, but we still haven't gone for one.
Yeah, I mean, we were busy. That's understandable. We were working, right? But
but the kind of I get this everyday kind of exercise in when I go to work or come back. It's a 20-minute walk or whatever, and for meetings inside the office, there's usually like 3 or 4 floors up or down, so you get a lot of stair time as well. So I kind of get that naturally at the office, but not so much now, which is why I suggested we start the morning with running up and down the stairs a couple of times.
Yeah, that's a good idea, I think, and we really should do that. So one of us should push the other if we are too lazy.
Down the stairs, yeah.
Not downstairs. No, upstairs is more difficult, so you shouldn't push down. And then
down is much easier to push.
Yeah, sure.
Because then you'd kind of fall all by yourself.
Yeah, but what would be your point in pushing me down anyway?
That was just a word joke.
No, I'm just asking.
Pushing each other down the stairs.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Now push me up. That's better. Please. It's more of a struggle anyway.
Push up the jam. Push it up.
Do we think Sweden will go to quarantine soon? I think so. I mean...
I have a hard time imagining that once the death toll is starting to really get hold and they realize that this isn't going to pan out differently in Sweden just because Swedes are supposedly more distant from each other than other cultures. I think they're kind of expecting that to play a small part at least. But once the numbers start to go up and the hospitals start to get clogged up with people in the hallways coughing on every other patient and all that shit, there's going to need to be some remedies to that. And unfortunately, by that time, as we have seen in every other country so far, it's going to be too late to actually make a big effect on that. So yeah, that's a shitty situation. So we're doing our part because we can, but not everyone can. And then yet we still have all the young people out there in pubs and whatnot, and just happily going on like nothing happened. So yeah, not going to work on that party generation, so to speak. They think they're invincible and immortal anyway, so who cares about a little fucking virus that is supposedly like the flu, which it's not.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's not going to pan out well, I think, unfortunately.
I was just thinking that how it affects all those people who are living month by month and have a waitress job or work at a kitchen that is closed, because most of restaurants, or some of them at least, are closed.
Yeah, that's the tough part.
And do the toughest jobs for us. And now
or work
they
in
just
hospitals.
Yeah, or they work in hospitals. Obviously, they are like, that was such an obvious choice that it just didn't come to my mind, because we all the time talk about it.
Yeah, or taxi drivers.
Yeah. No, it's just, it's scary, especially scary to think of that when you are not in that position. And I feel so sorry for all those people. I think it's like for some of them it might be an opportunity to actually get to do or start something better, maybe from home, but others, I don't know how they will manage.
Difficult. It's not like you if you've been a I don't know, a waitress for 20 years. What are you going to do after that? It's like not like you can just think that I'm going to be a researcher now.
Yeah,
it takes time to kind of get into a new profession.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
It's not something that happens overnight, unfortunately.
Yeah, well, there are like a lot of online courses to learn new skills as well, so maybe that would be something.
Yeah, you got access to Masterclass, all access pass from me. So you have
that
lots
was
and lots to learn.
So nice of you. So they provided now a free access for someone else, one of your loved ones.
Yes.
That's so nice of them. Yeah, many companies are using this actually to pull people in or get people on board, and then you can check it out if it works for you. Like we spoke about Netflix earlier, right? I think it's a great strategy anyway. But yeah, I think since to think of this impact, for most people it is undoubtedly horrible, and it's a completely new situation. And on the other hand, the opportunity in this situation is probably the same big as this loss itself, because you can come up with completely new things that we didn't count on or we didn't see coming. That the
problem is that on an individual level, sure, there might be individual cases where that is true. But on a larger scale, when you say, if you take a sample size of 1,000 people that are forcibly quarantined, you won't get 900 of them coming up with something new. No. That's just not happening. So on a larger scale, it's just not possible to do that sort of thing. And hoping that would be the case, I think is a bit of a pipe dream.
No, I'm not. I'm not saying that I'm hoping for everyone, but some of us can, and some of us, those will be able to do that who actually believe that and start to plan something. Obviously, it won't happen overnight and not by itself, but without believing in an idea or whatnot, they won't get anywhere. So exactly. That definitely it's like, not for everyone.
I'm never going to get to the other side of the city. No, of course you're not, because you never leave the house.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, we will see where it leads. But it most certainly has impact that we didn't really count on. We didn't see it coming.
Well, no. Especially, it's like, 500,000 now? 500,000 infected? Official numbers. Most likely it's tenfold that, so 5 million or something, and they count that about 50 or 60% of the world's population will be affected at some point. It's not going to be pretty for quite a while. So yeah, it's going to be different for a while.
Yeah, and we still don't have information if you can get it for the second time or not, right?
Not officially, no, but as far as we know, there's a couple of different strains out there. So if you had one, you're not going to be protected against the other one.
Okay.
Kind of like the seasonal flu, 2 in 1. Kind of a shitty deal here.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, and apparently there's a few more of them out there. I heard today, but either case, I don't think that it would be weird if you could get reinfected with the same strain that you already had. But anyway, seeing as there's 2 of them at least out there, it's gonna look weird on the stats for a while with supposed reinfections and whatnot.
But then, yeah, if you can be reinfected, then the flock immunity theory is not really going to work.
Yeah, but the reinfection would only apply if it's the same virus. It's like you don't get reinfected with the seasonal flu. If you already had the seasonal flu, you will not get the same one again. But if there's 2 different strains of the seasonal flu out there, then you can get the first one and then you can get the second one afterwards.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Well.
Yeah.
We will see.
Yeah. It's too early to say anything definitively anyway. More quarantines.
More quarantines, and we have a great one lined up here. Vader said, "Hi, I would very much like to hear Dusty and Shadow of the Beast metal tribute." And this is an almost brand new remix from Amiga Remix. Released. Released in the middle of March. You were looking up like, oh my god, the song has ended.
Shit, it sounds like it's ending. And it was.
I'll remove this T-bone for a while from my head because it kind of keeps pressing a bit. So
yeah, I guess they're good, partly at least for live gigs and whatnot, because they cover the whole ear and keeps a lot of the noise from the outside away. So in that sense, they're probably kind of good.
Yeah, but they are not having this built-in noise reduction kind of thing, so it's not...
you usually don't need that too much, because like these, the 280 Sennheisers, 280 Pros, they damp the outside noise by 30 decibels. I haven't looked the T-bones up, but when I put them on, sounds like they're kind of in that range, like 25, 30-ish decibel reduction of the noise outside. So, yeah.
Manually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not very likely that you go into a very soft kind of section or try to mix a very soft section into a very loud one. So
no, not very likely.
That's when you would likely kind of notice that difference, or the difference in the dampening.
Yeah, I will test it this year. Oh my god, I really hope that we will have an opportunity to use it properly.
Yeah. Yeah, it's X in, what was it, November? Yeah, early November. And BitLive mid-October, was it?
No,
or something
X is quite late this year.
Late November.
It's really late.
Yeah, late November. Like 28th or something like that.
Yes, exactly.
And BitLive was somewhere in mid-October, I think.
Somewhere, yeah.
Yeah, it's tough. And these summer parties in August, like Arok, and in September with Function.
Yeah.
Those are going to be tough too, I think.
Yeah. We will see how far we get, because now some airlines canceled all their flights, or most of the flights, and including my beloved Wizz Air. So even if I could, or I would want to, I couldn't fly just to Hungary right now. So there's no direct connection from here. They took it away. That's it, until the end of
trains?
May. Well, yeah, right. That's going to take more than 24 hours, maybe. That's going to be fun. No.
How about jogging? You wanted to move more?
Yeah, that would make sense. How many days I would need? What do you think?
12, I think it was. Last time I checked, if you jog, it would take about 12 days.
Yeah, but the 12 days was without sleeping.
Without sleeping, yes.
Without sleeping, yes. So
let's put 8 hours, 12 times 8. In there for sleeping and breakfast and eating and such.
Wow, that is a wow. No, that wasn't the jogging part. Oh, I should check Google Maps. That's so interesting. I like challenges, but probably this would be a too big one.
Maybe it was like 11 days and walking. I don't think they have a jogging option on Google Maps.
Yeah, Google Maps should be implementing the human limits and conditions, so our body needs sometimes... Oh, wow, even Google Maps has under the search field coronavirus. Get the latest info on Google search. Like
on Maps?
On Maps, yeah. No kidding, go to Google Maps, check it out.
If you press that, what happens? Does it show some sort of...
yeah, it shows COVID search. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Wow.
I thought it was some built-in Google Map thing where they have hotspots or whatever.
No, nothing like that yet, but... yeah, I guess.
And Peter Clark says, you probably only need noise reduction when Boz is around.
Yeah, certainly. That is very true.
It's like Bernie Sanders. He doesn't even need a microphone. He's so loud. Alpa says 12dayjog.sid. So I think we just gave him an idea for a SID.
I like that. It's actually 260 hours. So that's not really user-friendly, Google Maps. Why the hell did you do that? I don't
that's,
understand. It's like,
you have to run really fast.
260 hours. Really.
And
1,400 kilometers.
Yes, and I see the line. It goes straight over that big patch of water there. You really need to run really fast to get over that patch of water.
I will walk
sinking.
on the water. No, doesn't matter. It's okay. I will manage. But this surprises me. What is this new thing that they just write hours instead of... Jesus, now you have to count like with 24. How many days is
11,
that? And
240 hours would be 11 days, then I guess.
Yeah, exactly.
No. Oh, shit, I'm dividing by 10. That's stupid.
This route crosses through multiple countries.
Oh, no, really?
You don't say. And includes a ferry. Oh.
Oh, what kind of ferry?
The Tooth Fairy. Oh my God, 11 days, 10 nights.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, technically, this is what I don't know. That Google Maps, if you just take like walks, it counts in those times when you go to sleep or not? Because
no, it doesn't.
Exactly, this is my biggest struggle. Like,
yeah, you decide when you sleep.
Yeah, but how on earth you don't think of that? We don't have androids on Earth yet that can walk like...
Let's say, if you calculate the route from Gothenburg to Beijing by car, it doesn't put in how many hours you sleep. It's just the amount of time it takes to drive there. You put in the hours you want to sleep.
That is very true.
Same with this.
Yeah, but they could just put in a humanize option. I'm coming up with great ideas here, you know? It's like... humanize your route. It's like put in some sleep time there.
Yeah, that is very true. I worked at a company that did software for Windows that did route calculations, and they had the option of actually humanizing. They put in breaks and all sorts of things in there.
I like that. Okay, yeah. So now we are talking. You see, great ideas. Come in quarantine. We should play some songs as well. Meanwhile, sometimes it must happen. Lord Evil wants to hear a Wobbler and a Foreign Girl. And Dasse, I have a bad news for you. We already played a Spy vs. Spy by Control Z. We started with that song today, but we will figure out something for you later. So
it's concerning spies, and they can pop up every here and there.
Every now and then, every here and there.
Sneaky like that.
Sequence. At target mark. Arming torpedoes.
Captain, wait. That missile's a tactical warhead, which means it's probably designed to explode on impact. If you use your torpedoes to knock it out,
it'll detonate and take me with it.
worried and I was lonely, I knew you would let me go.
Computer says Rocky.
There's just one thing I don't understand. Who is Kim Nichols?
Can't make you love me, but I wish four-leaf clover ain't working. I can't make you love me, but I wish I can't make you love me.
you're on Chatterbox. What is on your mind?
Turnips, fruit vegetables, albino carrots as they're known back home. I've been trying to make a hybrid of a peach and a Pekingese midget fat bitch for the last 2 years, and it is impossible. Impossible, I tell you.
Have you been reading that tells you that toothpaste is evil?
Cancer, the devil, and the great cavity cover-up by J. Higginbottom. If you've seen what I've seen and heard what I've heard, you'd never brush your teeth again. When I was a naughty boy, I would get spanked. Nanny would spank me when I was naughty. And now Freddy needs Nanny, because when Freddy's naughty, he needs to get spanked.
Well, there's some child psychologists who probably say that spanking can be harmful to a child's emotional development.
Absolute rot, Laszlo. It's lovely. Freddy needs a nanny. He needs a nanny, Laszlo, because Freddy's been a very naughty boy.
a political thing that you use the music and you use whatsoever is necessary to propagate this philosophy.
The rivers for the preservation of life. The trees, the herbs, all these things for the preservation of life. Wealth and power is what Babylon sees. And I see wisdom, knowledge, and understanding.
or even what it really is. It is certainly true that Pluto doesn't act much like the other planets. Not only is it runty and obscure, but it is so variable in its motions that no one can tell you exactly where Pluto will be a century hence.
trees, the herbs, all these things for the preservation of life. Wealth and power is what Babylon sees. And I see wisdom, knowledge, and understanding.
nation, the Rastafari.
The entire Western system.
coming to the nation.
Now, news for music fans. Hot on the heels of the vinyl revival is the cassette comeback. Tape sales are actually estimated to have doubled in the UK last year compared to 2019. Well, Ian Haslam has been looking into the retro format's unlikely resurrection.
Forget 21st century streaming. In this part of central Manchester, it's all about cassette tapes. If you can find something to play it on, that is.
Basically, we started as a record label, and as a record label starting out, we didn't have a lot of money. So we found the best physical format was a cassette tape, and that kind of mutated and turned into a shop. I think people also like the idea that streaming isn't giving enough money to artists. So by having smaller artists having cassette releases, they get a bit more money.
I decided to seek out some old tapes at my parents' house with mixed results.
This is the jam, can't go wrong with that, still good, stand by that one.
This was the first album I ever got, Rick Astley, 1987. How much would you buy that for? Damage box?
Damage, I'll give you a couple of quid. If it was better, I'd give you more.
Sentimental value, I probably won't part with it. And then it went on to the London Boys in 1989.
But should you wish to revisit questionable old musical choices, they've got the equipment to hear it.
I feel like when you own a cassette and you can listen to it many times, you really appreciate what's in the cassette and the music. And
I feel like that now, having rediscovered my London Boys cassette.
The tape revival's certainly a curiosity.
I think it's quite good. I like all the record shops and cassette tapes. I think it's really interesting.
Do you remember cassettes?
Yes. Yeah, I had the Spice Girls on cassette.
Did you?
S Club 7.
It's kind of like records, I guess.
It's like nostalgic as well, isn't it?
Some, like me, used tapes for low-level chart recording piracy in the 80s.
The highest new entry on this week's chart is at number 2 for Rick Astley, When I Fall in Love.
And what's number 1?
For the 5th week.
Oh.
For the new entry at number 39.
See? Things like that could happen. You could make mistakes taping over things.
Not forgetting this.
Oh, we've all had this nightmare, haven't we? We spent hours trying to get it in, then it'd go in too baggy.
But it's not putting off big bands from releasing cassettes.
Since the cassette revival, big record labels as well, like Universal Records, have started to release in tape again. And this is from a big record label. It's a Manchester band called Blossoms from Stockport, and they've sent the copies.
All of which has given me confidence to play that London Boys cassette one last time. Ian Haslam, BBC News.
Chance to try. How can I be sorry if I don't know the crime? I should be mad cause you never told me why. Still, I can't seem to say goodbye. Ooh, yeah. When I try to fall back, I fall back to you. Yeah. When I talk to my friends, I talk about you. Yeah. When the Hennessy's strong, all I see is you. It's you. You, ooh, yeah. No, I haven't moved on, but trust me, I tried. Yeah. If I give you a call, I'll hang up the line. Yeah. When the Hennessy's strong, all I see is you. It's you, it's you. I should be mad that you never told me why. Still, I can't seem to say goodbye. Ooh, yeah. When I try to fall back, I fall back to you. Yeah. When I talk to my friends, I talk about you. Yeah. When the jealousy's strong, all I see is you. Is you, is you. Ooh, yeah. No, I haven't moved on, but trust me, I tried. in conversations, every word you spoke. Nearly blocked you on my phone about 1,000 times. Yeah, I know I should say goodbye. Yeah, I know I should say goodbye. Ooh, yeah. When I try to fall back, I fall back to you. Yeah. When I talk to my friends, I talk about you. Yeah. When the Hennessy's strong, all I see is you, is you, is you, ooh, yeah. No, I haven't moved on, but trust me, I'll try. If I give you a call, don't hang up tonight. When the Hennessy
was one of the best videos I've seen this year. Now let's have a look at the top 10. And going up 8 places to number 10 this week, they're here in the studio from Canada, Transex and Living on Video. Transex and Living on Video. Talking of which, here are some more videos as we have a look at the rest of the chart.
Наклоны головы. Вперед, назад, вправо, влево. А сейчас руками. И быстрее. Веселей. 1, 2, 3, 4. Хорошо. Готовились? 4. Резче локоть. Пяточками Работаем. Руки над головой. А теперь с поворотом. Больше поворот корпуса. Рука назад, вверх, назад, вверх, назад, вверх. Хорошо. Продолжаем. Плечи. Это движение мягче. И еще мягче. Раз, два, четыре. И еще чуть-чуть. Поворачиваем руки. Так, хорошо. Еще. А теперь вот так. Раз, два, три, четыре. Наклоны в сторону. Поворот. Наклоны в сторону. Поворот. Два, три, четыре. Дальше тянемся за рукой. Еще. Еще. Приготовились. Вперед. По кругу стали. Вперед. По кругу стали. Шире амплитуда движения. Еще немного. А теперь руки. Раз, два, три, четыре. Прогибаемся хорошо назад. Упражнения эти довольно простые.
Now, the roll call for the great pioneers in electronic music favours men, but that is very far from the real story. Tomorrow there's going to be a world premiere of a new documentary with a great title, Sisters with Transistors, narrated by Laurie Anderson, which celebrates the genius of female electronic pioneers, some classically trained musicians, others mathematicians, and some both, but often eclipsed by men. Well, earlier I spoke to the film's director, Lisa Rovner.
Technology is a tremendous liberator. You didn't have to be accepted by any of the male-dominated resources. You could make something with electronics and you can present music directly to your audience. And that gives you tremendous freedom. But somehow women get forgotten from the history.
Lisa, why is it that we know so little about the role that women have played in electronic music?
I think the story of women, or the history of women, has been a story of silence. What I realized when I was looking for archive was that these women were acknowledged at the time. The fact that they've been forgotten is more a case of the way that we tell stories and the way that we write history. Like, we really need to rethink how we tell stories because we're leaving a whole group of people out. Women pioneered electronic music. Women pushed the boundaries of what we considered to be music.
Here, hold your hand over this.
You cannot play air with hammers, Clara would say. You have to play with butterfly wings.
These women were enabled by this new technology. With this new technology, they could do it all themselves.
Well, let me introduce this little electronic generator here, which produces a sound like this. Now, I've made a little loop of tape here with varying pure tones on it. Now, if I then put a little artificial reverberation on that, I think you'll see we're just beginning to get somewhere on little music.
They were the composer, they were the performer, and they were the sole arbiter of their creation. This technology was incredibly liberating. Being a woman composer was controversial at the time, so this was a way for them to kind of circumvent the hierarchy or the establishment.
But there was something particularly suited to the idea that women are great listeners, wasn't there?
Well, I think it's just that they were listening to the world around them and being inspired by what they heard. So in the film, Delia Derbyshire talks about being inspired by the sounds of the war.
It's come to me that my love for abstract sounds, words, sounds of the air raid siren.
One of the things that I realized throughout the making of this film, what connects all of these women, is this active listening. I really feel that, Pauline Henry-Rose in the film talks about listening as activism.
Riding in the car with my parents, for instance, maybe in the back seat, listening to my father tune his shortwave radio, listening to the whistles and pops and static. I mean, I was always fascinated with the in-between sounds in the stations, just tuning in between. I love that.
Eliane Radigue talks about being inspired, hearing music in the sounds of the airplanes flying above her apartment in Nice. These women were listening attentively and hearing music in sound. And of course, this is the beauty of what these women did, is that they really broke the boundaries of the definition of music to include sound. Forbidden Planet was the first electronic music score. It was created by Louis and Bibi Baron with electronic circuits.
The dying of Morbius was the actual dying of the circuit.
They saw the circuits as performers. The music that they composed was credited as electronic tonalities, and this was because people from the music unions were worried that someday, people would no longer use them. But of course, the only way that these machines were making music was because there were people behind manipulating, cutting, and composing with sound. The BBC archive. It's just amazing. Seeing Delia compose with tape is just, one of the kind of gems of the film, I think. It took her 40 days to compose a Doctor Who theme song. That's how dedicated, that's how difficult it was to work with this new technology, with tape.
And then all we have to do is cut the notes the right length.
One of the people interviewed in the film talks about Delia's music as making electronic music beautiful and in that way more accessible. I think they definitely all realized that what they were doing was important. There were no female composers before these women that were able to get their music out to audiences.
And Lisa Rovner's Sisters with Transistors film has a virtual cinema release on multiple platforms from tomorrow via Modern Films.
I have the capability of movement within your ship.